Everybody, we're going live here for the debate for the Speaker of the House right now, and so we're gonna watch it live while we can chat with the two. We've been chat. Oh, oops, sorry. I'm trying to do something here. I'm gonna copy this. So we're gonna see what's going on. We still got 9 minutes and 41 seconds to go. Um, what's up, monster? Oh, you hear me talking? You think you're gonna come get a treat? You just had a treat 2 seconds ago. You just got a treat 2 seconds ago. Oh, handsome boy, Donald J. Trump. So they're doing the vote right now just to see who's here and who's not here, and then they're gonna do the vote. So we have another 9 minutes for everybody to get there. It sounds like. So we'll see what happens. What do you guys think's gonna happen? Live. For the vote. What, monster? You think you deserve a treat, a second treat, morning treat? You don't normally get two morning treats. Huh? Do you think you deserve a second one? Huh, handsome boy? Wonder if I take the chat down. Who cares about their chat? There we go. Now it's bigger. Okay. Spoiled little brat. I'll give you one. I'll give you one. Where's one of your half ones? There you go. There's your treat. There's your treat. So we got 8 minutes, little under 8 minutes left. We could go here and let's see what else we can watch while we're waiting for it. I want to go to YouTube. Let's go click this one maybe. And then let's go to the home. Let's watch this until it pops up. We'll watch this until we get up there. You can hear it in the background. So this is the screen where that's going. We got 6 minutes left plus some. Oh, you touched your phone. Still got 5 minutes left. Plus, you know they always start late. They always start late. So now somebody's here. We have 3.5 minutes left before they vote, but you know how that works. Right back. I'm gonna shut the door. The dogs are outside. We're just watching crazy people until the stuff starts. You're not black. You can't use the I can't breathe stuff, bro. We got almost 3 minutes. We're getting closer now. Let's go and let's see who we got going on here. I just shut the door and now he walks in and opens the door again. Freaking I just shut the door, bro. I just shut the door. It's cold outside, and you come the minute I shut the door, you come running in and open it. You're not getting anything now. You're not getting anything now. Not now. Not now. I didn't do it. It didn't do it. Oh, that's why. There we go. Maybe we get some people to join us in Rumble Land. Rumble, rumble, rumble. We got a minute left. So we can get going on. Oh, man. Oh, because we're on Fox Business. Hold on. Let's go over here real quick then. Let's see if we can find it one on. Let's see if we can find one that is not going to do commercials. CNBC, CNN, 11 Alive, C-SPAN, The National Desk, ABC News, The Hill, Associated Press, Fox. Hold on, let's go. Go live. Fox Business, The Hill, Fox News, Reuters, 11 Alive, Bloomberg, NBC New York, The National Debt, Yahoo, Forbes. Doesn't the House have one? Man, I can't even spell today. I'm way off. C-SPAN. Oh, wait, that's the Philippines one. I don't know. What do you think? C-SPAN? Will they have commercials? Let's push this one on. At least we hear some people talking, even though they're idiots from C-SPAN. I don't want to really watch her, but yeah, you know, let's go back to Fox. Even though they're going to show commercials every once in a while, we can skip over their commercials pretty quickly. Let's see what it's going to start. It's time now, but let's see how long it takes them to start. I'll be right back. The dogs are all in the house now, so I can shut the door again. And now that Donnie goes outside. We're just going to leave Donnie outside. Because it's way too cold. It's way too cold for him to have the door right open. How long do you think it's going to take them to start? I mean, they're standing up at the dais and stuff like that. So there's 4 people not there. There's 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans not there right now. Wonder why. Where are they? Yeah. Okay, now we're down to 3 people not there. There's 2 Republicans not there. We need all the Republicans to be there. Dang, I got something in my throat. Sorry, guys. Hopefully they start sometime soon. We need to get those other 2 Republicans in there. There's Comer. Let's see who all we can see in here. Gotta plug my phone in. It's getting low. I didn't charge it. Dang it. Oh, great. Here comes the dumb Hawaiian lady, liberal Democrat over there. She just walked in the door, so let's see if that's all the Democrats now. that JD Vance? Looks like JD Vance is down there. JD Vancimus. I don't know. How long do you think it's going to be until they start? They're already 5 minutes over. They're already 5 minutes over their 10-minute till let's go thing. I wish we could just fast forward, through life. There's a lot of kids on the floor today. Well, it's break, right? It's their holiday break. We're still missing two Republicans and one Democrat. There's MTG. What do you guys think? Should the news is always lying. Should they be fined when they lie? Man, there is a whole lot of kids in there today. I think I may have just seen Elizabeth Warren. Nope, I didn't. There's Nancy Pelosi. She's going around trying to get people to vote her way. She's trying to go around and get people to vote her way. Is that Talib? It is Talib. All these people are jokes. They're all a bunch of jokes. All a bunch of jokes. How come they never start on time? They never ever do. They never start on time. Still three people missing. Are they sitting here literally just waiting for those three people to show up? You shouldn't be waiting for those three people. Like Nancy Pelosi's running around there telling people how to vote, right? When are they going to start? If those three people can't be here, which sucks because two are Republicans, just pisses me off. Like, you have a vote, right? You know you got to be here by a certain time, and they're not here on time. They get paid a shit ton of money, but yet not here. I wonder who's not there. I'd like to know who's not there. Who do you think isn't there? Come on. You're gonna be here forever. And we got a commercial. Insane. You get all these. What's up, Gray? How you doing? So they're 5 minutes past the time remaining. Probably more like 10 minutes now. We're still waiting. Oh, finally another Republican showed up. So now there's one Republican and one Democrat missing. So we're waiting for them to get here. But I think that's why they're waiting. I don't know. Can you believe that these people that make this much money can't get to somewhere on time that they're supposed to be? It's just like, come on. They have all their kids there today. The time's been up for at least 10 minutes now. Don't you think maybe they should have rules now? If you're not there on time, if you're not on time, then you should, yeah, right, Gray? They should be fined when they don't show up on time. I agree. I agree. They get paid a ton of money to be there at a certain time. And so now everybody's waiting because of them, it looks like. Because why else would they not be? Why else would we be waiting right now? It's a joke. For two people, we're still sitting around waiting. Apparently, I don't know. It's 9:35, right? I don't know what time the vote was supposed to be at. Well, it's 1:35 there, I should say. But I'm guessing by 1:30 they should have been voting. And nothing's going on. Hey, some people are joining us now. How long do you think until they vote? I don't know. Should we be making bets on what time they actually start the vote? Oh, here we go. About time. It's about time. We're still missing two people. We need that Republican in there. Well, there's Rubio. Ten minutes ago. There's no audio? Hold on. There's no audio? Are you serious? Oh, am I on the wrong microphone again? Shit, I'm on the wrong microphone again. I'm sorry. Audio. Let me back it up just a second then.
Is in receipt of a letter from the Honorable Matt Gaetz of the state of Florida indicating that he will not serve in the House in the 119th Congress. Without objection, the letters relating to his resignation will be printed in the record.
Thanks, Straw.
Pursuant to law and precedent, the next order of business is the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress. Nominations are now in order. The clerk recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, colleagues. Mr. Clerk, as the chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by the vote of that conference to present for election to the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress the name of the Honorable Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana.
I don't like him, but that's who we got. Why isn't he standing up? Yeah, he's sitting down like a little bitch.
Welcome, everybody. I am optimistic about our future. On November 5th, the American people gave us a great opportunity to get America back on the right track. They gave us an opportunity to get back to normal and to get back to the real issues that the country faces right now. People want the opportunity to take care of their families. They simply want to provide for their children and give them a prosperous future. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the opportunity today to do just that. We have an opportunity to take our country back. With Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and President Donald J. Trump in charge, we have the opportunity to put America first again. We have an opportunity to do something about crime. We have an opportunity to do something about the border. And we have an opportunity to take care of our veterans.
Good.
We and every single member in this chamber and those of you watching at home and on TV should be looking forward, knowing that America will be respected again. Our country is the last bastion of hope. If we fail, then who? This is why we are focused on the issues that the majority of Americans care about: God, family, country, faith, freedom, and traditional American values. And we should be making it easier for people to achieve the American dream. Over 14 months ago, Mike Johnson took on a daunting task. No speaker is perfect, and no one will ever be. However, achieving perfection requires incremental gains and hard decisions along the way. None of us will get exactly what we want.
That's
The
true.
fundamental collective goal of this body is to make progress for the American people in which we represent. And we have done just that under Mike's leadership. We should be celebrating and building upon his efforts, our efforts. Mike has remained the same kind and caring person as he was before he assumed this role. He's an honest broker. He shows you his true beliefs at face value. He is steadfast in his values of faith, family, and love of this country. He knows our brightest days are still ahead of us, and I do too. I am hopeful for the next Congress. I am optimistic that we will focus on those issues that people truly care about. I know Mike will be an integral part of this country's comeback. He will lead us through another successful Republican majority.
Let's hope.
As chairwoman of the Unified House Republican Conference, I can say proudly that we are ready to govern. It is my honor to present our conference's nominee for the Speaker of the People's House, the Honorable Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
Let's see who else is going to be nominated now. Who else do you think they're going to nominate?
Do I move?
The clerk now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I've had a little bit of practice, and clearly my colleagues took notice. I rise to place a name in nomination, but first, I want to acknowledge my colleague from Michigan for her heartfelt and personal nominating speech. As someone who's given a few of these, I can say you served your conference well, Representative McLean.
Right, Rob?
But Mr. Clerk, today I rise on behalf of the governing majority of the House of Representatives.
Why is Lisa Simpson?
The American people have sent a strong message that they want their elected leaders working together to tackle the affordability crisis. There is only one leader in this chamber with a track record of compromise, conviction, and compassion. There is only one leader who understands the needs of the working people and has lived the American dream himself and is committed to ensuring its promise for future generations. There is only one leader who knows how to negotiate a bipartisan deal and then stick to that deal. House Democrats are united behind the most powerful legislative leader in this chamber, Hakeem Jeffries of Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
House Democrats, under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, are committed to bipartisanship and common sense solutions to America's most pressing challenges. In the face of chaos and dysfunction over the last 2 years, our caucus has kept the government funded, kept our allies protected, and the economy secured from the catastrophic default. In the 119th Congress, we will work with the incoming administration to make life better, safer, and more affordable for working families. And the incoming administration must also recognize that while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are divided, and while compromise remains a dirty word for so many, Congress won't be able to keep the lights on, let alone pass anything of substance, without the buy-in and blessing of House Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries.
Bias my ass.
Make no mistake, Democrats want to bring down the cost of living, build more housing, and lower the cost of everyday items like food, medicine, and childcare. Even as the extreme rhetoric rises in this chamber and in the public square, we will not stop advocating for the policies that do the most good for the most people. Because of Hakeem's leadership, we will never abandon our values or sacrifice our bedrock principles of freedom and democracy. When America's enemies abroad threatened our democratic ally, Ukraine, when terrorists attacked our strongest ally, Israel, it was Hakeem Jeffries and House Democrats who delivered the votes and stood tall for America's national security. When the least, the lost, and the left behind were threatened with devastating cuts, Hakeem Jeffries stood with America's mothers, children, and veterans. When the incoming administration wanted to raise the debt limit by trillions of dollars in order to finance tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, leaving middle-class families to pay for the bill, and leaving them high and dry. Hakeem Jeffries didn't just say no, he said, that's why there is only one true candidate today for Speaker.
Oh my gosh.
So,
these
Mr.
people.
Clerk, I am honored to rise today at the direction of the House Democratic Caucus to
Liberals always
place in
put
the
on a show,
nomination
don't
for
they?
election to the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the pride of Brooklyn, the gentleman from New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
Pride of Brooklyn. Shut up. Look at old ass drunk Nancy right there with her big old face. Look at the chick with the big old nose bouncing the hell out of her kid. Idiots.
The names of the Honorable Mike Johnson, a representative-elect from the state of Louisiana.
All right, I'm going to pause this for real quick because I'm going to say something, and I'm going to get in a lot of fucking trouble for this. I know. But I know a lot of you guys are thinking it, and I'm not afraid to fucking say it. Now I know why they're so pro-black people. Because they fucking act like it. They're fucking loud. They're all fucking obnoxious. I said it, yes. Fuck you. Call me whatever you want. It's a stereotype. It's a stereotype, folks.
And the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, a representative-elect from the state of New York, have been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations? There being no further nominations, the clerk appoints the following tellers.
Was it wrong that I just
The
said that?
gentleman from North
Probably.
Carolina, Ms. Fox. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile. And the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Torres. The tellers will come forward and take their seats at the desk in front of the speaker's rostrum.
How did I know that Gra would? Yeah, and they do. They do that from having all their gay sex over there. All the stuff to go on. All right, what what are they doing now? Are we finally gonna get to vote or what? We finally gonna get to vote? Why'd it get quiet? Okay. Well, here, I guess we can fast forward to get caught back up because I stopped for a couple seconds. Okay, we can't fast forward anymore. Now we're live. How long is this going to take to get started now? Passing out posters. Oh man, I don't see anybody vomiting, so I don't think they're doing that, Gra. I don't think they're doing that.
The roll now will be called, and those responding to their names will indicate by surname the nominee of their choosing. The reading clerk will now call the roll.
Adams.
Jeffries.
Boo.
Adderholt. Johnson. Aguilar. Jeffries.
If you were involved in
Oh,
a
you
car
gotta be
accident,
fucking
you were
kidding
not
me.
at fault. Listen to this.
Fucking Fox.
Insurance companies don't want you to know.
Fucking
Allen.
Fox.
Johnson. Amo. Jeffries. Amode of Nevada. Johnson. Ansari. Jeffries. Arrington. Johnson.
I hope we can, bro.
Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Johnson. Bacon. Johnson. Baird. Johnson. Balderson. Johnson. Ballant.
Donnie, just why'd you open the door,
Jeffries. Barr. Johnson. Beragan. Jeffries.
Hey, King Jeffries.
Barrett. Barrett.
So Barrett's not there.
Baumgartner. Barrett. Johnson. Barrett. Johnson.
Ah, you motherfucker. How do you not know your own fucking name?
Baumgartner. Johnson. Bean of Florida. Johnson. Beatty.
You notice how the Republicans are
Jeffries.
the Democrats are so loud and
Begich.
boisterous?
Johnson. Bell. Jeffries. Bentz.
Hey, Donnie, come say hi to
Johnson.
come say hi to everybody.
Barra.
You're not getting a treat. You're not getting a treat.
Jeffries. Bergman. Johnson. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Johnson.
Oh, monster.
Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of South Carolina. Johnson.
Well, I like how you said that.
Philarakis. Johnson. Bishop. Jeffries. Bobert. Johnson.
So Andy
Bonamici.
Biggs is a Republican that's not there.
Jeffries. Bost. Johnson. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Rakeen. Johnson. Bresnahan. Johnson. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. Johnson. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burgess.
So Andy Biggs is the one who didn't show up.
Johnson. Burleson. Johnson. Bynum. Jeffries. Calvert. Johnson. Kamek. Johnson.
Why aren't they popping the
Carbajal.
votes up on the screen for us?
Jeffries. Carey. Johnson. Carson.
I'm gonna keep playing this, but I'm gonna look and see
Carson.
if C-SPAN is posting them.
Carter of Georgia. Mike Johnson. Johnson.
Congress.
Carter of Louisiana.
Jeffries.
Kamick.
Here we go.
Carter of Texas.
Johnson. Carbajal.
This way we can see
Jeffries.
the count.
Carey. Johnson. Carson. Carson. Carter of Georgia.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Carter of Louisiana.
We'll see.
Jeffries.
Grump. But
Carter of Texas.
why is he late? They get paid to
Johnson.
be there at a certain time.
Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Shifferless McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Ciscomani.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Cisneros. Jeffries. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Johnson. Cloud. Cloud. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Clyde.
Trying to find a list myself.
Cohen. Jeffries. Cole.
Here we go.
Johnson. Collins. Johnson. Comer. Johnson. Conaway. Jeffries. Connolly.
Democrat.
Jeffries.
So the Democrat Correa.
Correa. Jeffries. Costa.
Gentleman for Brooklyn, Hakeem Jeffries.
Shut up,
Jeffries.
Jim Costa.
Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Johnson. Crake. Johnson. Crawford.
Okay, here comes Dan Crenshaw. Let's see what Dan Crenshaw does.
Johnson. Crockett.
This dumb bitch.
Jeffries.
Of course, she has to make it big.
Jeffries. Quare. Jeffries. Davids, Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Johnson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries.
Here comes a crazy lady.
Mike Johnson. Johnson. DeLauro. Jeffries. Delvene. Jeffries. Deluzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Johnson. Dexter. Jeffries. Diaz-Balart.
Should be a Johnson.
Johnson. Dingle. Jeffries.
She's a liberal.
Davitt. Jeffries. Donalds. Johnson. Downing.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Dunn of Florida.
Johnson.
Johnson. Edwards.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Alfred. Jeffries. Elsie.
Johnson.
Johnson. Everett.
Johnson.
Johnson. Escobar. Jeffries. Espaillat.
Keith Jeffries.
Jeffries. Estes.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Colorado.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Pennsylvania.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ezel.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fallon.
Fourth District of Texas votes proudly for Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fedorchak.
Hold on. I gotta see something real quick. Did Evans vote for Hakeem Jeffries?
Fallon.
Fourth District of Texas votes proudly for Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fedorchak.
I wanted to hear another one. Sorry, guys.
Johnson. Evans of Pennsylvania.
Who's a Democrat? I want to see Evans voted.
Ezel.
Mike Johnson.
Oh, they skipped
Johnson.
over Evans from Colorado.
Fallon.
Fourth District of Texas votes proudly for Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fedorchak. Johnson. Feenstra.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Ah, you motherfucker.
Fung.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox.
Let's hope not,
Johnson.
Diga.
Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Johnson. Friedman. Jeffries. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Johnson. Fulcher.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Garamendi.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Garbarino.
Johnson.
Johnson. Garcia of California.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Gill of Texas.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Gillen. Jeffries. Jimenez.
Johnson.
Johnson. Golden of Maine.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Goldman of New York.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Goldman of Texas.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Gomez.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez.
Johnson.
Johnson. Vicente Gonzalez.
Keith Jeffries.
Jeffries. Gooden.
Johnson.
Johnson. Goodlander. Jeffries. Gosar. Gosar. Gottheimer.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Graves.
Johnson.
Johnson. Gray.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Green of Tennessee.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Green of Texas.
And still I rise for the preferred candidate of liberty and justice for all, the hope and dream
Shut
of
the
his
fuck
slave.
up.
Order.
He's making a mockery.
The gentleman may respond by survey.
He's a fucking joke. What a fucking joke he is. Making a mockery of the fucking vote.
Green of Texas, Jeffries. Green of Georgia, Johnson. Griffith. Johnson. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Johnson. Guest.
We got a whole bunch of Republicans here. So.
Johnson. Guthrie. Johnson. Hageman. Mike Johnson. Johnson. Hamaday of Arizona. Johnson. Carter of California. Jeffries. Herodopoulos. Johnson. Harrigan. Johnson. Harris of Maryland. Harris of Maryland.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Look,
Harris of North Carolina.
he didn't say.
Johnson.
He didn't speak.
Harshbarger.
And he's a Republican.
Johnson. Hayes. Jeffries.
Andy Harris from
Hearn of Oklahoma. Johnson. Higgins of Louisiana.
that
Johnson.
motherfucker from Maryland didn't vote.
Hill of Arkansas. Johnson. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. Johnson. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. Johnson. Houlihan. Jeffries. Poyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. Johnson. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. Johnson. Hunt. Johnson. Hurd of Colorado. Johnson. Isa.
I think 2.
Johnson. Ivy. Jeffries. Jack. Johnson. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. Johnson. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. Johnson.
She's a pretty woman, but
Jeffries. Jeffries. Jeffries.
wait, who was that? Oh, he voted for himself.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Johnson.
Jim Jordan now.
Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson. Johnson of Texas. Jeffries.
Oh, they're missing people here on what I'm looking at.
Johnson. Joyce of Ohio. Johnson. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Kim Lagerdove. Jeffries.
You can tell she's,
Capture.
I won't say it,
Jeffries.
Democrat. Here comes a
Kane.
Republican.
Johnson. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Johnson. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Kennedy of New York. Jeffries. Kennedy of Utah. Johnson. Cannon. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. Johnson. Kylie of California. Johnson. Kim. Johnson. Not.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Kustoff. Johnson. LaHood. Johnson. Lanota.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. LaMalfa.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Lanceman.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Langworthy. Johnson. Larson of Washington. Jeffries.
It's not going to be good.
Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latimer. Jeffries. Latta. Johnson.
I think it's
Lawler.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Lee of Florida. Johnson. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Letlow. Johnson. Levin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ricardo.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lou.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk.
Johnson.
Johnson. Lucas.
Johnson.
Johnson. Luna.
Madam Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
Oh,
Latrell.
shit, that's a hot chick from Florida.
Johnson. Lynch.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mace.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Yeah, we knew who she was going to vote for.
McKenzie.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Magaziner.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Maliotakis. Johnson. Malloy.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mann.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mannion.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Massey.
Emmer.
Emmer.
Whoa. Whoa.
Mast.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Matsui.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McBride.
We're not going to have the votes, folks, I don't think.
Jeffries. McCall.
Johnson.
Johnson.
I don't think we're going to have the
McLean.
votes now.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McLean Delaney. Jeffries. McClellan.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McClintock.
Johnson.
Johnson. McCullum.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. McCormick.
Johnson.
Johnson. McDonald Rivet.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McDowell.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McGarvey.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McGovern.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. McGuire.
President Trump won in the electoral vote. That proudly voted for Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
Who was that?
McIver.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Meeks.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Menendez.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mang.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Messmer.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Muser.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mfume.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Johnson. Miller of Ohio.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Miller of West Virginia. Johnson. Miller Meeks.
The Honorable Representative and Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mills. Johnson. Min.
Hakeem Jeffries.
No, that was a
Jeffries.
Republican that voted somebody else.
Molinar.
Ennis.
Johnson.
He voted for Ennis. And
Moore of Alabama.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Moore of North Carolina.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Moore of Utah.
Steve Johnson.
Johnson. Moore of Wisconsin.
Hakeem
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moore of West Virginia.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Moran.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Morelli.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Morrison.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mervan.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mullen.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Murphy.
Johnson.
Johnson. Nadler.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Neal.
fat ass.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Nagoose.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Nails. Johnson. Newhouse.
Mr. Johnson.
Johnson. Norcross.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Norman.
Jordan.
Jordan.
Jordan. Was that Norman? Yeah, it's
Nunn
Norman.
of Iowa.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Ogonoti.
Or was that Norcross?
Johnson. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Olszewski. Jeffries. Omar. Jeffries. Onder.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Owens. Johnson. Hello.
I have a feeling it's going to be a long day, folks.
Jeffries. Palmer. Palmer.
I think it was Norman, wasn't it?
Johnson. Panetta.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pelosi.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries.
So now it's done. We have to vote again.
Perez.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Perry. Johnson. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Fluger. Johnson. Pingree.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Poe. Jeffries. Presley. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Randall.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries.
So it needs 218.
Raskin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Johnson. Riley of New York.
Binghamton University's Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Rivas.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries.
So they need
Rogers
218
of Alabama.
to win. 218 to win.
Johnson. Rogers of Kentucky. Johnson. Rose.
There's no way he can get 218 now.
Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Johnson. Roy. Roy. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruley. Johnson. Rutherford. Johnson. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Johnson. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Sanchez.
This is just amazing.
Jeffries. Scalise. Johnson. Scanlon.
You think so?
Schakowsky.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Schmidt. Johnson. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Johnson. Austin Scott. Johnson. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds.
Wait, who did they just ask?
Sessions. Johnson. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Shreve. Johnson. Simon. Simon. Jeffries. Simpson. Simpson. Johnson. Smith of Missouri. Johnson. Smith of Nebraska. Johnson. Smith of New Jersey.
A Republican just voted for.
Johnson.
A Republican
Smith
just
of
voted for
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Smucker. Johnson. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Sparts. Sparts. Johnson. Stansbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Johnson. Stefanik. Johnson. Style. Johnson. Stubbe.
Yeah,
Johnson.
just now.
Stevens. Jeffries. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. Johnson. Stutzman. Johnson. Subramaniam. Jeffries. Suazi. Jeffries. Swalwell.
Fuck you.
Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Taylor. Johnson. Tenney. Johnson.
Look at
Canada.
Democrat.
Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Tiffany. Johnson. Timmons. Johnson. Titus. Jeffries. Talib.
Fuck her.
Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California.
She's a Democrat.
Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Tran. Jeffries. Turner of Ohio. Johnson. Turner of Texas. Jeffries. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. Johnson. Van Drew. Johnson. Van Dyne.
Yeah.
Johnson. Van Orden.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
Good, he's Republican.
Vargas.
Hakeem Jeffrey.
Jeffries. Vasquez.
Hakeem Jeffrey.
Jeffries. VC.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Velasquez.
Digga.
Jeffries. Vindman.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Wagner. Johnson. Wahlberg.
Johnson.
Johnson. Waltz. Waltz.
He's a Republican.
Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries.
Great. Another one just forget.
Waters. Jeffries.
Shut up, Maxine Waters, you dumb bitch.
Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas.
James Michael Johnson, Louisiana's favorite son.
Johnson. Webster of Florida. Johnson.
What, Donnie?
Westerman.
Good for you,
Johnson.
Gra.
Whitesides.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Weed.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of Texas.
Johnson.
Johnson. Wilson of Florida.
Fucking
Jeffries.
shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch.
Wilson of South Carolina. Johnson. Whitman.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Womack.
Johnson.
Johnson. Yackham.
Okay, this should be the last vote
Johnson.
now. Zink is the
Zinke.
last. Zinky.
Michael Johnson.
Johnson.
No, you want to know how I really fucking feel? The Democrats are making a fucking mockery of this fucking thing. All out, all ass flamboyant, fucking shaking their hands, screaming all kinds of shit. Now I
For what
understand
purpose
why.
does the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Hold on.
Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry. I note that the names of the representatives from the Americas, Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia were not called, representing collectively 4 million Americans.
Oh, handsome boy. Are you interested in the vote, Donnie? Huh?
Mr. Speaker, collectively, the largest per capita of veterans in this country.
Does the gentlelady have a
I
parliamentary
asked
inquiry?
why they were not called. Have some respect. It's not going to take.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I asked why they were not called from the parliamentarian, please.
Delegates-elect and the resident commissioner-elect are not qualified to vote. Representatives-elect are the only individuals qualified to vote in the election of a speaker. As provided in Section 36 of the House Rules and Manual, the speaker is elected by a majority of the members-elect voting by surname.
Body and this nation has a territories and a colonies problem. What was supposed to be temporary has now effectively become permanent. We must do something about this problem so that these 4 million.
It's gonna get crazy, folks. It's gonna get crazy.
But I have a voice. And
They just cut her speaker. They just cut her off. She's a Democrat or is she a conservative? Does anybody know?
The reading clerk will now call the names of the representatives-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Biggs of Arizona. Johnson.
Oh, now he votes for Johnson.
Carson. Jeffries. Cloud. Johnson. Clyde.
Yeah, she's a Democrat. Good, we don't want her to vote.
Clyde.
Are you gonna fucking vote, you asshole? You're still refusing to vote.
Gosar. Gosar. Harris of Maryland. Johnson.
It's gonna get insane today, folks. It's gonna get wild.
Roy. Johnson. Waltz. Johnson.
If there are any representatives-elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Just stand right there.
Just say Clyde.
Say Clyde. Clyde. Clyde.
Oh, they got him to vote.
Gosar. Johnson.
We need 2 more. But we can't, it's not possible, I don't think. It's not possible, I don't think. Fucking Donnie is cold, dude. Go outside. Let me close the door.
Johnson.
There's still 1 more vote, but I don't think it's out there. And we had 1 Republican vote for Jeffries. 1 Republican voted for Jeffries already. So if that 1 Republican hadn't voted for Jeffries, it would be over right now. Who was that again? That was see if I can find out who that was. Let's see who that was. Does anybody know who that Republican was? Does anybody remember who that Republican was? Who was a Republican that voted the other way? No, was it Norman? Was it Norman? No, Norman voted for Jeff. Self voted for Donalds. Self is the one who voted for Donalds. Self is the one that did it. It was Self. Here, while they're doing that, you guys want to watch this? Let's see. Kamala Harris completely messes up the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to quiet this down for a second. Kamala Harris doesn't know the Pledge of Allegiance.
Join me in pledging allegiance to our flag. Pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
She just messed it up.
And to the join me in pledging allegiance to our flag.
She messed it up.
Pledge allegiance to the United States.
She can't even get the Pledge of Allegiance right. Dumb fucking chick. Ooh, Lauren Boeber's always remember it. No, is that Lauren? That's not Lauren Boebert. Who is that? Oh, that's Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace is looking good. Hold on, I gotta shut the door. Because fucking Donnie just went outside. Let me open up the door again. I'm trying not to turn on the heater all the time. It's fucking insane though, folks, right? Let's turn this down. So, you guys ready to yell at me? Some of you guys are going to agree with me. Some of you guys are not. Some of these people made a mockery. All the Democrats are making a fucking mockery of this thing today. If you've been watching, all the fucking Democrats are out there, and they're flamboyant, and they're waving their fucking hands and just going all fucking crazy, right? And they're acting way over the top. And what kind of people act way over the top and they're flamboyant like that? And flamboyant is probably not the right word, but you know, they made a mockery of it, and it's just a fucking joke. What's up, Mega? Kick out the rhinos. I agree. I agree. I agree. You know, and I don't want to say. Do you guys know what I'm thinking? Do you guys understand? You know what I'm talking about here? You guys know. It's a shame. So now how long are we going to have to wait for the next vote? Look, Chip Roy's on the phone. Chip Roy's sitting there on the phone. He finally voted, right? You agree with Nick DePaul, the Dems are the enemy. I agree, Graw. I agree. Fucking traitors is what they are. They're traitors to our country. Come on, Peter, start working here because I'm cold. I don't know. You guys want to watch?
This is live coverage on C-SPAN of the opening of the 119th Congress. If you're watching along with us, you can see there that Representative Johnson does not have the votes to be Speaker yet on this first round of votes. The tally, 216 for Johnson,
I don't like Johnson,
215 for Jeffries.
I don't like Johnson, right? I really don't.
That adds up to 444.
But I'm not going to like everything that President Trump is doing, right? So we're not always going to agree with everything. And I don't agree with everything that they're doing here. But
that you have been doing throughout this vote count.
We got to stick together. We have to stick together.
Well, we knew that.
Wow, I didn't realize how. I knew Nancy Mace was smoking hot, but wow.
Not voting against him.
But anyways,
or not voting.
You know,
we knew Tom
I'm not
Massey
a
of
follower,
Kentucky
right? So I'm not going to like everything President Trump does.
We had more certainly than I
But
had anticipated.
we've got to do what's right and stick together. That's why the Democrats do so well, because they stick together. So we need to do the same fucking things.
Voted for other named
We need to do the same things.
And so as a result, Johnson.
I mean, what else are you going to do?
The 218 that he needed to
right?
get elected.
If we're fighting, you can't fight with each other because then we're going to lose.
From Capitol Hill is Michael Schnell of
So,
the Hill Publication.
Do I like Mike Johnson? No.
Ms. Schnell, what's going on up there?
Yeah, Nancy's trying to get people to vote the right way.
You know, we're still all digesting the vote tally here, but as the clerk,
what do you guys want? You guys want to look at X right now
goes through the roll to make sure they
instead
have
of watching
right.
this, or would you like to
fallen short of winning the speaker's gavel on
or
the
we
first
can go
ballot.
and look at some crazy stuff here on.
Voted for somebody other than Johnson on the
That's
floor.
what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Look at her, yeah.
And you have a newer fuel system, but you want your factory fuel gauge.
You guys want to watch some Facebook reels?
216 Republicans, all 215 Democrats supported Hakeem Jeffries, and that 216 number is problematic for Mike.
You want to
Johnson
watch
because it's
some
short of the
reels on
that he needed to
on
clinch
Facebook
the
while
gavel.
we're waiting?
So this is not official yet. The clerk is going.
Maybe
through
we'll
it,
see
but
some
it's going
angry
through the
grandma.
tally. it looks like Johnson is going to fall short of the gavel on this first ballot.
And that's the same tally we have here on the set. Matthew Green, Catholic University politics.
Where the heck are my reels?
Professor is with us as well. Could Ralph Norman change his vote
Here they are.
from Jim Jordan? And could
This is why I don't shop at Walmart.
Congressman
You which want to see one,
change his
two,
vote from
fat
Donald?
guy on food for 3 or 4,
Theoretically, they can all change their vote.
or
If
it looks
they
like
can
2.5
change their
men
vote if
clip
they
right
want
there.
to, it's possible
Let's see what's
that
going on
the
at Walmart.
lawmakers-
While we're waiting. I still don't know yet, Mega. I still don't know yet. I gotta see what money's like.
When do you expect that?
You know, reels are always messing up.
Second round of voting?
Donnie, I just shut the door. Now you come back inside.
It's all a very tenuous situation right now, moving target, moving playing field.
You know, I
The
was
first
watching one of these already. That was
appreciating the results, and then we'll go from there to see if Mike Johnson decides to huddle with his conference, huddle with those lawmakers.
You guys want to watch some of these?
Please, sir. Another round of voting.
Please.
Michael, have you been able to be on
Can
the
I get
floor?
your name,
You guys want to watch some of these while we're waiting?
Chamber just ran down. I was up there for the vote. Yes.
I still don't know yet.
Act like an adult, I'll trick.
I'm trying to go to Miami because
Folks have
Zuni
not left the floor yet. Everyone
has
is
invited
waiting
me to an
see,
event for
the final
Enrique
tally,
in
and then see where
February,
Johnson decides to go from
which
there.
Michael
I think is
Snell
going to be
of the Hill,
huge.
thank you
So it's
for
going to
a
cost
few
me
minutes of the
$5,000 to
update.
get
We
there.
will be
So
back in
I'm
touch
trying
with
to
you
make money
this
right now
afternoon.
to
We
get
appreciate
to that
it.
event.
Thanks so much.
I
Bill
am.
Matt Green of Catholic
Let's
University.
see what's going on here.
Could
Or do you
those
want to watch and
two
see if there's
members,
fighting
we don't
going on?
expect Tom Massey to change his vote, but could Ralph Norman and Congressman-elect Self change their votes? And
Do you guys
to
want to
Mike
watch this
Johnson?
and see if there's going to be some
Well, that's
changes?
why,
Or
it's
do you guys
great
want to
that
watch some
C-SPAN's
videos of
got
people
these
getting
cameras,
arrested?
so we can watch Speaker Johnson and his allies trying to have these huddles that you just heard about, these negotiations. And we can see him now sort of walking up the aisle here of the House chamber.
You want me to
and sure,
entertain
he's-
you?
he's
I'm not
having these
entertaining.
Conversations, his allies are, whether they can be moved now or not. It may very well be that
Superintendent
they're not
Ann
gonna change their
Kirkpatrick
votes
says their
for
police
this
have
round,
done
but
absolutely nothing
perhaps
wrong.
They would for a second round. But again, as you heard, the question is whether they would do that right away or if they want to hold out their votes for something they can get in
There's
exchange for those
MTG.
votes from the speaker.
So he just left the floor. Speaker Johnson just left the floor. By the way, who is controlling the
You don't like the
proceedings
police?
today? Because there is no speaker-elect.
Right. So it's the
And
clerk.
there
It's-
is no Congress right now.
Well, I mean, the Congress has started, but the clerk, the acting clerk, the person who opened the proceedings today, is technically the person who is.
Why don't you
running
like the police,
House
Mega?
Until a speaker is
Tell
chosen.
us.
Because there are no members sworn in at this point.
Right, they're members elect at this point. They haven't been sworn in, but more importantly, we don't have a speaker, and so until that happens, the highest-ranking officer of the House,
Where's that
who is the
sound coming
clerk,
from?
is in charge.
Now, you were doing a lot of math. Do you mind holding up those sheets? I just want people to see what was going on during
Sure.
the vote count because we had lots here. Why don't you give them to me? And I'm going to just show these underneath my camera here just to give you a sense of what kind of math was going on while this was happening. And you can see here all sorts of math as more members changed or didn't change or didn't vote, et cetera, et cetera. 6 people held out, or 6 Republicans held out.
Only was one of them to
7,
speak.
and all ended up voting for Mike Johnson. What's the strategy?
Right. So 7 just did not respond when their name was called. They chose not to vote. And there were, a couple possibilities here. One, as this was happening, was that they just didn't want to vote for Johnson, but didn't want to vote for anybody else. And
They
didn't care
violate
if
the
that meant that Johnson
constitutional
would be
rights?
Speaker or not. The other possibility was that they were doing it to make a point, to say that
Would
you
you rather
need our
have a
votes
life
to get
without
elected
cops?
Speaker.
Do you think there should be no
We will
cops at all?
eventually vote for you, but by doing this, we're making you sweat a little bit and show that we matter, and you need to listen to us as this 119th Congress proceeds. As it turned out,
Okay, you know what? Let's go to X. Let's see what's going on X, because this
But
person.
it wasn't enough because you had these 3 who voted for other candidates.
The United States of America, and to the
Oh,
join me in pledging allegiance to
And
our flag.
At this point,
That's where she
what do you
messes up.
expect to happen now?
let's go here.
Well, this is where
Let's go to-
I
I didn't mean to go to Gunther's
negotiation
page.
comes in, just as we saw 2 years ago when Kevin McCarthy was unable
Worst
to get an
president in
absolute
American
majority
history.
when he was
I
running for
agree.
Speaker in January. Of
Let's see what this
2020.
person has.
The question is whether
On Tuesday, 72 million people voted to have people like me erased from existence. But today I met with my therapist. I made a hot chocolate, and I smiled at my neighbor. I sat in the warm sun and felt the breeze,
Matthew Green,
thanking my heart
often
for the
people
very
are
bravery of
promised
beating.
the first round.
Today
I will
I'm
support
alive.
you on the first round.
There's nothing they can do about it. Nobody's trying to kill you, idiot. I hate that people say that are doing
Mike
that.
Johnson to be speaker could change their
See,
vote on the
nobody's
second round.
talking real.
Further muddle this.
Remember last time we had
That
great
is
stuff?
certainly possible. Johnson and his team hopefully were doing the things that a
False
strong leader
dichotomy.
does when they have a good whip operation, which is they look and see what kind of commitment they're getting. And if it's someone saying, I will vote for you, period, that means something else than I'll vote for you the first time. And if there are folks who said, I'll vote for you the first time, they need to also be talking to them.
Okay, here's what we
as
can
well
do
as the
while we're
folks,
here.
the
Let's do
three
this.
who
So
wouldn't
let's go
vote
to
for
Grok.
Johnson in the first ballot.
It's ironic, maybe,
And it
that,
was
the
Self.
three other votes, Tom Emmer, Jim Jordan, and Byron Donalds, all supported.
So Self is the one that
Speaker Johnson.
voted
That's
for
happened
Johnson.
before. And it's also interesting
Create-
that they either are in leadership or in
and
leadership positions,
Image.
as well, as opposed
Republican.
to outsider, first time members kind
Representative Shelf.
of thing. But whoever they choose in some ways is irrelevant, because the point is they didn't choose not to vote or vote present. They chose to vote for another candidate, which changed the math. And in this case, made it so Johnson, as of right now, does not have the votes to be speaker.
When Pete Aguilar nominated Hakeem Jeffries,
Come
he
on,
said, from the
create this
party
image.
that governs. And you kind of laughed. What was that?
Well, one way of thinking about the way that
What is
any
his
legislative
name?
body works, including the House, is what is the majority? And you can look at the majority in terms of just party affiliation and say, in this case, well, Republicans have more seats, so they're the majority. But there's other kinds of majorities as well. So one kind of majority is a procedural majority, which is, do you have the ability to control the agenda,
and
to decide
image
what comes to the floor? Another is a policy agenda. Do you have a majority to pass the things that you want? And I think what he was referring to was what we saw quite a bit in the previous Congress, which is even though Republicans had a numerical majority, they had more Republicans than Democrats who were in the House, there weren't enough willing to vote with the party on some key issues involving the agenda or involving legislation. And they would often have to turn to Democrats to get the votes they needed. So I think what he's saying there is, look, you may have more people, there are more people on your side than our side, but you have more people willing to defect. And so you're going to have to come to us when it comes to things that really, really matter.
All right. We were just seeing Steve Scalise, the majority leader, and Tom Emmer is the majority whip, correct? The Republican whip. The whip has confirmed that there will be another vote. So, and Speaker Johnson has left the floor. And let's watch the floor for a few seconds and let's see what's going on.
Okay, let's see what's going on over there. They're not showing much. They're just showing people standing around doing nothing. Okay, create an image of Congressman Keith Self. Well, let's do it. Let's see what's going on down here. They're not showing much. At least show us Nancy Mace in that sexy dress of hers. Jacob will love the new cat picture. What cat picture? Ah. Go without a dog. Is that what he looks like? I guess so. Okay, now let's go as a trader. Pam got a new kitty cat? Wait, Gra texts. Oh my goodness, Gra. Gra. Oh my goodness, Gra. Hold on. As a rhino. As a rhino, maybe. How about this? Yeah, I don't know if I want to show that, Gra. I will. Just give me a second. Okay, you know what? I'll show it. Says when your wife sends you a picture and tells you to come home early from work so you can race home thinking you're about to get lucky, only to find that she just adopted a cat. That's a cat. That's a cat, a black cat. That's what that is.
We are back live at the House of Representatives, first day of the 119th, the election of the Speaker. Round one voting is nearly complete, or we're waiting for it to be gavelled out.
With the body.
Tom Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Professor Matthew Greene is here on the set with us. Professor Greene, what do you see in that picture?
It's a great shot of two members of the House Republican Conference who have a tradition of causing trouble and pushing back against party leaders from time to time. In this case, one of them did vote for Mike Johnson for Speaker, but the other did not.
And is Tom Massey, is there any lobbying that can be done?
What can we do to make fun of him?
To Tom Massey to get him.
Give me some suggestions, guys. What can we do to make fun of this fucking
I can't speak for Massey,
traitor
but I will
who
say
voted
he has a tradition of being a sort of a lone gun, if you will, and doing his own thing. And he has said early and often he would not vote for Johnson, which certainly suggests that he is not open to persuasion. But, you know, who knows?
The fact that this is happening after the last Speaker
election, you know what?
Kevin McCarthy, 15 rounds or so before he got elected.
Yep. I can't think of a time in the history of the House of Representatives where we've had two consecutive Congresses.
Create a photo of a traitor. Let's start out this way.
Or the first opportunity to vote for Speaker, no one wins the first ballot.
In a diaper?
I can't think of, it may be the first time in the history of the House that this has happened. And I think that speaks
Digga, it
to
was
the
a
nature
joke.
of congressional politics these days, that we have strong partisanship, right, which we always have for the Speaker races, but certainly people are not going to defect very often on big votes. But you also have division, especially within the Republican Party. And in fact, really since 2011, with one exception, we have had every vote for Speaker has had at least one defector from one or both of the parties.
Let's see what we can do
The
here.
only exception to that was the election for Johnson in the fall of 2023.
It's not that easy to make these.
In some ways, we're returning to form, but the fact that they couldn't even reach a majority, the majority party's candidate couldn't reach a majority on the first ballot on the first day of the opening house, and for two consecutive Congresses is really remarkable.
If you were a Democrat on the floor right now, how would you be feeling?
Well, Democrats would obviously prefer to be in the majority than the minority, but given that, I think they are thinking this is, again,
Let's see if we can do
just
this.
as Congressman
That's
Aguilar
better than the
said,
diapers, I think.
a sign that there's going to be a lot of opportunities for them to have influence because the majority party is going to have trouble governing.
Let's return to the House floor.
How? That's not good. Maybe I have to put donkey. Hold on. Remove the dog. And let's see what's going on over there. still making it. I bet. I mean, she's kind of beautiful. She was probably really beautiful when she was younger. Okay. Hold on, let's start over. I think we're gonna have to start over. And maybe go to funny. Oh, there's only new. Okay. Create an image of representative key cells. See, this isn't easy to do, guys. Okay. Hold on, let's double check if that's even him. Oh, it's not even him. Maybe we'll say congressman. I can't type today. I'm off 10 seconds. See. Let me see if I can add a picture to it. Let's see. We'll still want his pictures. Yeah, that's him. Save in image as. Okay, now let's go back over here. Let me see if I can add this picture to it.
And you're watching live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress live on C-SPAN.
Okay, let's go to add
and for the second
a donkey.
Congress in a row, no speaker has been elected, at least on the first round. We're joined all afternoon by Matthew Green, who is a professor of politics at Catholic University, the author of the book, The Speaker of the House. Professor Green, 3 members did not vote for Speaker Johnson. He has 216 votes.
It's not going to work.
219 Republicans in the House.
Okay, how about this?
We
Let me
talked
open
about
up
Tom
another
Massey
program I
voting for
have.
Tom Emmer,
First off, let's find a
Ralph
good
Norman,
picture of
Jim
him
Jordan, Self, Byron Donald.
that we can add a donkey
This
to.
vote has not been called. Did they change their mind?
Right. Well, I mean, I suppose that could be part of the conversation that's happening in the cloakroom or somewhere in the Capitol.
Okay, let's
Maybe
get
them to change
let's
their
go to
votes,
tools.
But it seems more likely
Let's go to
me
a
that they would
large
just have a
picture
second
so we can
round
edit it.
of voting, and in some ways,
Take this
it's
one.
not really much of a difference either
We're gonna
way.
save
right?
this
Either
picture.
They call this and say you didn't get chosen on the first ballot, but if they can persuade them to vote differently on the second
Okay,
ballot,
we're gonna
you'll
work
still
on
be
this together,
speaker,
guys.
And within eventually people.
Calm
may even
down,
forget
Eddie.
about
Calm
this.
down. Okay,
But,
let me go to
right,
Canva.
at this moment, though, there's certainly a lot of pressure, I am sure, on those 3 members to change their votes because without a speaker, it's very difficult for the majority party to do much of
Okay.
anything.
And this vote, this first
While we're
vote
waiting.
has not been called yet, correct?
So you guys
As far
ready?
as I can
This is
see,
a
that's right.
program
There's
that I
nothing
can
called-
use
What does
to
that mean?
make stuff.
What's the significance of that?
It's hard to say. I
Oh,
don't
look.
really know
That,
what's
does that
happening
look
at this
familiar,
point.
guys?
Could just be that
Okay, so we're gonna go
they're
add
triple checking their numbers. It could
a
be that there is some
let's go
expectation
1920
that someone will change their vote. These two
I
of these three will
1080.
change their vote. I don't know. To be honest.
Well, it was 2 years ago that we went 15 rounds and a couple of days. Now, January 6th is the counting of the accreditation of the electoral votes in Congress. Is there any chance that
Upload a
that could
photo.
push if there is no speaker elected?
Well, they have to do that. They have to do the count on that day. They're
It-
required to do
that is-
so. That's the
January
thing.
6th is the day
They're
that it has to
required
happen.
constitutionally to do it then. So on the one
Okay, so
hand,
let's
that
add his
puts,
photo here.
That really endangers. That puts a lot of pressure on the speaker elect, hopefully for Johnson to be speaker, because without him as speaker, it gets very difficult to do that. But it's not clear that we would not have a president if Johnson fails
Put this in
to
the
become
center.
speaker by then. I honestly think that he will find the votes.
Okay, that's
before
centered.
then. But even if he doesn't, there are other ways.
Okay, so now let's see.
Possibly to go through
A
the process of
jackass
counting the electoral
kicking.
the electoral vote, the electoral ballots.
All
electoral college
right.
ballots.
Tully McManus
Okay,
of
donkey
Politico
kicking.
tweets out, reminder, if Republicans need to regroup before starting a new ballot,
And
there's just one option on the table, adjourn the House.
so I'm just gonna
Ballot
try
House
something
rules
because you
in
can
place.
animate
The
stuff. So
chamber
let's see if
cannot
we can
recess,
animate this.
subject to the call of the chair.
Oh no, it
They
won't
need to
animate it the right
adjourn
way.
with a certain day and time for reconvene. Do you agree with that procedure?
Let me get this
No.
straight. This is saying
You
that
can see
without
it right over here on the screen. If Republicans need to regroup before starting a new ballot,
So they
there's
have
just one
apps here.
option on the table, adjourn the House.
Oh, I see.
They're
Well, I
AI
wanna go back
powered.
to
There are
what
no
happened in-
rules in place.
Right. I don't want to go back to what happened
Avatars.
in 2023, which was
Stripe and GIF.
the
Let's see
exact
if we
same
can make a GIF.
situation. Is that there were no rules in the House because the
GIF
speaker had not yet
Giphy?
been chosen.
What does this do?
But regardless of whether you adjourn or go into recess, the point is there would be a
App
break.
details.
You can take a break. It's a practical matter. That might be what the Republicans
Okay,
need.
so let's
It's
go
just a
open
break
this.
so they can start negotiating and try to get
Search
some of
for a
those
GIF.
Republicans to vote for Johnson.
Donkey
All
kick.
right. That's an update from the House floor. Want to remind you that if
We have a guy
this
kicking.
drama is not enough for you and you want to watch the Senate being sworn in, that's procedure is going on C-SPAN 2 in the Senate. There are 12
Oh
new
wait, I got an
senators,
idea.
who will be in the Senate, and the new majority
Generate
leader John
a
Thune. But we're sticking with the House
GIF.
here on C-SPAN. We'll be back shortly.
Of Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump kicking. Let's see if it'll make a GIF on X. Oh, it's doing it. Hold on. Okay, I got a bit. We're working this out here. We're working this out together here. While we're waiting for this stuff. Okay, hold on. So let's take this. Okay, so let's save this image here. Okay, so we just saved that image. Go to window. We'll go over here now. Okay. Now we're gonna upload another video. We're gonna upload it. Maybe it's in here. Nope. Okay, I can't find it. Hold on. Let me see where it downloaded to. Just hold on. Oh, here we go. So will that work? There we go. Worked that way. Okay, now let's add this to here. And now let's do a background remover on it. I like it. Where should I put it? Where should I put it? Like right there? Should I do it right there?
Live coverage of the opening of the 119th Congress. You saw Representative Johnson there, the Speaker nominee for the Republicans, talking with two members who voted for other people. Ralph Norman, South Carolina, Keith Self, Texas. They both voted for other members. They're gathered there in the corner.
Oops, I don't want to do
Matt
that.
Green, Catholic University professor. What does this mean?
These are the conversations that have to happen for Johnson to get
He
the votes.
See what other
needs
tools we
two
can do.
votes to
Let's go to
win,
edit
doesn't
it.
Right, assuming he can't get
Let's see him on the
Massey,
other
he needs
side.
those
He's
two.
not going to get Massey. I think we can probably call that
It
off
seems
the table.
extremely unlikely. Yes.
There he goes with Keith Self and Ralph Norman, the three of them, right? There they go.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me show you what picture's going on here.
That's Ralph Norman in the lead, who was not expected to not vote for Mike Johnson. And Keith Self was kind of a bit.
Here, rewind this for a second so we can see.
Probably call that
It
off
seems
the table.
extremely unlikely. Yes.
There he goes with Keith Self and Ralph Norman, the three of them, right? There they go. Okay. That's
Where's
Ralph
they going?
Norman in the lead, who was not expected to not.
Okay, so they're out of the building now.
Am I correct in
I
my
believe
math?
that's correct. He needs 218.
And he's
if
at
those-
216.
Right. If those three who voted for
Let's
someone
go back
else,
to this. I don't know. Do you guys like this picture
will
with
vote for a named
Trump
candidate in the
kicking
next
him like
round.
this?
Then it's still 218, so he'll need two of those three.
And we just saw the three gentlemen, Ralph Norman, Keith Self, and Mike Johnson walk off.
Should we animate him maybe a little
So
bit?
Those conversations are happening. There's negotiations going on. Would love to be in that room.
Well, I'll tell you, the reason we have are able to get some of these shots that we're getting is because C-SPAN cameras are on the floor. The speaker is allowed them. C-SPAN cameras to be at the opening of the Congress. Usually we do not control
No, I
the
don't like that.
cameras. They're controlled by the House of Representatives. But today we have that option. There's Tom Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene chatting on the floor as well. Tom Massey, is there
No.
any chance that he would change his vote? I see he is not part of the
That
group
one's
of
good.
three
What do you think?
went
That
up.
one's good.
Well, I suppose that's pretty telling. He's not
Okay,
in the
now let's go to
conversation.
text.
It doesn't bode well for him changing his vote. Again, anything is possible.
Add a text box.
But it seems, again, based on what he's
Keith
said publicly for quite
Self.
some time, he is a hard no on Speaker Johnson.
Thanks for sticking with us. We're going to be here and throughout this vote and potentially into the next one.
No, let's not do that.
And at the
Let's
end of all this, we
forget that
hope
one.
to hear from
Let's
you and get your
do-
views on the opening day of the 119th Congress. Live coverage on C-SPAN.
Do a text bubble. Text bubble. Keith Self. Don't even say that. Just you're fired. You're fired. Right? Now let's make it bigger. Can you change the color? No. Let's change the words. Horizon. Should we add let's group these together. Okay, let's play it. There we go. Perfect. What do you think? 5 seconds long. No, we don't want all of it to do like that. How do I play it? Quick actions. Nope. Okay, how do I try it out? I want to play it. Oh, here we go. Play it. Okay, hold on. Oops, Control Z. Let's go to ungroup. So now let's take this right here. I want to change the color to white. No. Bring it down a hair. What if I change this to red, maybe? Let's change it to red. There we go. Okay, so let me put these two together. So we want that. Let's group this together. And then Digga says bring it down a hair. Right on the chin. How about that? Then we can make this bigger. Okay, now let's see what it looks like. Okay. And then let's add his name at the bottom. Okay, let's make it bigger. So let's edit this now. Let's put a text bubble behind it. Let's do a background. Let's change the color. Black. Let's do more roundness. Let's make it bigger. Let's put this down here. Let's change the background color to something else. Let's change the font now. Let's see what other font we can use. Help me pick out a font. That one's a little better, Nor'Wester. How about Impact? No. No. Definitely not. No, I think I like that other one. I don't know if I can remember which one. Oh, Nor'Wester, that was it. Okay, let's make it bigger. And then let's center it, because I don't think it's centered. There, it's centered. Make it bigger. It's a lot of work, right? Hey, Pamela G. Now let's make sure it's centered again. All right, let's share it. Download it. Hey, Monster. Okay, so we made this. It's downloading. It's going to take a second. What? My good boy, Donnie. You're such a good boy. What's up? Oh, wait. Okay, Donnie. Are you my handsome, dancing boy? Donnie wants to say hi to everybody. Donnie wants to say hi to everybody. Donnie, both of us. I'm trying to work here. Dad's trying to work here. Okay, so we saved it. So now we'll go over to X. And now we can post this thing on X. Let's go to X. So now we're going to go add something. Add media. And it was in X. There it is. Upload. Keith Self from Texas is fired.
All right, you're watching live.
Oh
coverage
man,
of the
nope.
opening day
I
of
gotta
the
redo it.
119th Congress, still on the
Hold on.
first vote for Speaker. You can see the results there on the screen.
We gotta redo it.
It was 216
I messed
for
up.
Mike Johnson, 215 for Representative Jeffries.
I didn't do it, so we got to do it this way.
For somebody else, and as we await either for the gavel to come down, and the
Let's
second
do it
vote to
again because
start,
I
or
didn't.
some members
I
to
didn't
change
make
their
it.
minds. We want to take some phone calls and hear your voices on what you've seen so far the opening day.
Make it into a GIF
202 is the area code for
with
all
the
of our numbers.
transparent background.
748-8000 for Democrats, 748-8001 for Republicans.
Let's download it
748-8002
anyways, and then we'll test it out
for
when it's done.
independents. We'll begin taking those calls in just a minute. We also have
Aw,
on the set
Pam,
with
hope
us
you're doing
Matthew
okay.
Green. He's a politics professor.
No, Gray is
at
or
Catholic
Grawl was
University,
here a second
the author
ago.
of the book, the Speaker of the House. You've written a couple of other books as well, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I wrote.
All
a
right,
book,
guys. You know what? I think
Underdog
we should
Politics,
switch
about
to
the
Rumble
minority
only.
party,
Let's switch
and
to
also,
Rumble
a
only.
book about the.
I don't think
the House Freedom
Mega's here
Caucus
anymore.
as well.
And what did you say in that book? What was your